Hey everyone, this is Malkazer returning with another installment to the Final Fantasy XIV main scenario quest playthrough. Last we played, we got into and completed the entirety of the zone known as the Erectica Greatwood. This guy over here. We found out about the interesting religions that worship the darkness. We worked our way over into the forest of Ixmaya, which is where the Viera, or as they call themselves on this planet, the Vis, they take up residence. We worked our way through the Camulostropolis in order to turn on the power, essentially to get into this dungeon over here, which is the Katana Ravel, and which we took down the Light Warden of this zone. So now we're going to go and continue and see what the game has in store for us today. Let us begin. You are returned and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single Sin Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers wane, so too did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On the behalf of the Vis, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Katana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we had never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but did our duty as decreed by the late Emperor, would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Yeah, thumbs up. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbow shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Blessed, we will not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company. Thank you, Almet. I look forward to the day when we might share a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka. We will await your return then. Aw, man. Oh, nope. Teleport. Let's see what Runar has for us today.
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
Turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. The sun, the sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. The sun, the sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
How magnanimous of you, Y'shtola. Or Master Matoya.
Let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
Aww. I love you, Y'shtola.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we would hold you in ours. Now and ever after. By the boundless dark. This I swear.
Complete. Bum, 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 bum. Runar, are you gonna have one for me? Y'shtola appeared out of nowhere. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I return with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Oh, she's gonna tell me that me accepting all this light into myself from the Light Wardens is dangerous. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Riktika Falls, I feared they proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your aether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Orianji also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain, with every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. Really, that's all you're going to say? Just be careful. You made it seem so serious before. We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Are thou certain this is best? Or art thou? Excuse me. I'll do not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. But I but pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Yeah! wonder where I'm going to go back to. Calusia or Amarang? Probably Calusia first. Or maybe not. We'll see, because there's still quite a bit of both zones I have not explored. Where is Emmett Selk? All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alphino and Alizé have yet to arrive, but where is the Exarch? My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Alphino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you brought word of the warden hiding in Rectica? It has been vanquished. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrant to defend them. I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. But now there's going to be more people on the other zones. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of your meeting with Vothri? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. Pushing himself by talking. But no doubt you all are tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss things further? Or discuss our findings, excuse me. I'd like to propose the very same. After your clash with the warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. This is the first expansion where they make you rest after doing stuff. Do I have any other abilities coming? Got all the traits, got all the roll stuff. Oh. Confiteor. Level 80, I get a new ability. I wonder what it does. I wonder how I'm gonna... I still probably don't even have the most effective rotation. I need to go to a dummy and practice, I guess, when if I ever want to go raiding. I doubt I will. Even though I love it. Bum, 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 bum. Do I get to talk to the Warrior of Darkness again? Where is Ardbert? I'm like, am I weirded out because of the light?
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
I must stay the course for the others, and what if that changes? What if it overwhelms me? Stay the course for the others. Let's stay strong.
True enough. Packing up and going home isn't really an option, is it? If you don't face the music here, it'll only come and find you there. Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
Yeah, are we all tempered?
Pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare.
Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Meanwhile, in Garlemald, ooh. That's what Garlemald looks like. Or at least this city. Is it Gaius? I think it is.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Uh-oh, did he defect?
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital.
No, that's the capital. Cool.
Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport.
Hello, Xenos.
Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend.
I had to go beat him up again eventually.
I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
Why is he walking so slow? Sounds like some explosions outside. Yulmore has launched an attack. My guess anyway. Because who else would it be? Yeah, level 79. All the different music going on at the same time. Like a new title for that? Oh man. I suspected that you might be awake. I would scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of sin eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Nope. Yes, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The Excedra tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you could offer succor to those there. Where do I need to go? I'll just go to the Docile Gate. Almost max level. Probably would have been faster if I went to markets, but whatever. You townsfolk are about, and by a nun who appear to be in distress. Algazer! Hey, it's Alze. What's going on, Alze? I've only just returned from Almarang, yet I find the Crystarium moments from being beset by sin eaters. Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We've restored the darkness. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea why this is happening. I may, but for the moment we'll need to postpone such discussions in favor of action. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he is able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well, I'll take the ones to the south. I shall deal with the northern apparatus then. Will you handle the western 2? They're ensconced in platforms extended from the upper level of the Aetheryte Plaza. Serious music. One there, and one there probably. Architect, Kilgannon. Moon Eater. Got some fun names over there. Come on. Come on, interacting. The pull lever takes that long. Despite having very little idea how it functions, it appears that you have activated the device successfully. Yep, the other one. Busy work. You couldn't have like guards always be nearby these things just in case. Nope, you gotta have me do it. Yep, okay, make sure I'm going the right way.
Sighted. They're coming.
Perfect timing. I just got the shield up.
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
Yeah, but for how long?
That's good news for the Crystarian, but what
Lena and the city guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
Yeah, let's go beat up some Sin Eaters. Maybe another Light Warden will show up. Oh, duty time. We have to join the Vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of eaters we just saw is any indication, we'll be facing a formidable host. Dang, it's quite a few of them. What lovely weather. Just what we needed. It seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Make haste. Crystarian forces are engaging the Sin Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. Assist them in defeating the Sin Eaters before they are decimated. They are shouting, "Come on!"
Let's give it our all.
They need our help. I guess I'll follow you, Alize. Or readers, don't let your guard down. Those eaters, they're moving towards Rediska's round. We should follow, but we cannot neglect these in need of aid. At least these guys are pretty weak. Not getting any experience with these guys, which is fine. Barely saved him. If it's this bad hero, just shudder to think what it's like elsewhere. To our timely arrival, Malgazera, I have my hands full here. When no magic shall suffice to aid Stola, I bid thee offer succor to the guard. Alright, well, we're to Alpha now. Oh, we get to join in on this guy now? Oh, hello. The Eater's Aether swells. I'd hate to find out what he intends to do next. Defend me. Let none interrupt my incantation. That's Matoya has a few tricks up her sleeve. Allow me to demonstrate. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. Alright, now what? A most impressive trick indeed. As if you've known of your own, let's make for the imperative, shall we? Someone hath made short work of these eaters. They're just faster than me, just barely, and slower than me if I sprint. Alcazar, you'll be glad to know that the locals have all taken shelter. Nevertheless, we can't allow the eaters to gain any ground with me. With me! The enemy has the Crystarium on the back foot. That can't be good. Us, damn it all, we're too late. We just killed all of those guys. I couldn't save them. I'll follow the Eater. You press on to the imperative. I'm staying with you. Come on, guys, let's go. We've lost too many already. We must hurry. These Eaters are too organized. They cannot merely be acting on instinct. It's Vothra you sent them, probably. It is as we feared. But our task is as it ever was. We turn the tide. Wow, awkward thing to say. The lives of the wounded are in our hands. I see you. There we go. Get all of them.
On your feet.
All right, where are these guys coming from? All of them coming from that way? Sweet. Oh, dang. They're just throwing everything at us. Have care, that is no ordinary eater. They're protecting it somehow. We shall need to deal with them first. I feel a swell of ether. Gather around me quickly. 88 damage. Damage up and vulnerability down. Nice combo. And yet still more come. Malkazar, buy me some time. Alphino, I'll need ether. Everyone, channel your ether into Alizé.
Let's give them a show.
Forward! We fight for those who cannot. Kaboom! Dang, nice. Nice.
There are so many. Lena, hold on.
They turned on me.
Well, dang. All of our guys turned. Oh, dang. Oh, very anime.
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so. We're going to be all right. Run! Run, damn you! The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now. God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
That'd have been awesome if it would. You could take down Senators.
No, no, no. Stay back. Stay back.
Shoot him. Or her.
you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy?
Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! At the ready! Let's make this count!
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
When do I get a cool ability like Alizé where I just like knock everyone out? It seems he's driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. The dead as well, of course, those whose bodies remain anyway. The others are helping to retreat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall over after all we've been through. Gods know I am. But if you could see to few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Excuse me. Captain Lena is about somewhere, so you might also consider asking her if there are any other outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Let's go over here first. We ought to see a guy just fly up with a hand carrying him. Wheeze. With tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. Alright, where are the dudes? They inside? Nope. What the heck? There's one right there. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them, I know, but I... that would be rough. Door doesn't open. There's one behind here. Did one fall down? There we go. Anguished guard. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. If I turn, please kill me, I beg you.
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
No, I'm fine. How are you feeling?
Injuries are part and parcel of battle. While there's breath in my lungs, I shall see my duties done. Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
What if they attack tomorrow? Do you have a whole day to replenish your ranks? Uh-oh. Did she get hit? Is she gonna get turned?
I am fine.
Don't look like it.
Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most. We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Impudent worms of the Crystarium.
That's what I thought.
The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance.
I'm gonna fly up there and kill him.
The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering, a paradise where man and sin-eater might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my sin-eaters. It is only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
What a jerk. Actually, I think it'd be better if he was taken down a peg. He lost like all of his power and he didn't die. He got to live out life in like chains for what he's done. Bother's ship is already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give us a little speech. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Minfilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred in particular sustained quite an injury from that Sin Eater. I would not be surprised if you were in Spagyrix still. Please give them my thanks. Spagyrix? Oh, all the way back in Crystarium. Well, I'm not a fan of going to a zone where I don't know flying yet. We don't have a choice. I just wonder which one's first. I wonder if it's going to make me choose like at the beginning of the expansion, or if it's just going to be like, here you go. I think it will just let me go. Or it'll force me to go somewhere because of the way the story's rolling now. You're here for me. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. I'm fine, really. The Eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers here have done wonders. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs from Chesimil, but... just talk to her, will you? Is there a door out that way? No, there is not. What's Hortorium? What's the quickest way there? Just walking? No. Let's try rookery. I feel like I went to the wrong one. Yeah, I went to the wrong one. I think I just need to go to the the Aetheryte and just go down, but this may be a way. Yeah. There she is. Dot dot dot. Minfilia appears to be lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke will get her attention. Poke? You poke Minfilia. Huh. Eep! He jumps in. Oh, Malkazair, what are you doing here? Want to check on you, Thancred. Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. You can make up for it by being there for him, or then you'll be wanting to get those herbs to the healers. Let's be... I don't understand why they have like some kind of like just straight up neutral responses. Yeah, just get him to the healers and help him out. Are you sure? I brought him nothing but trouble this far. And what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. I'm sure that he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right, I can still help. If only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesimil. There are only 2 left in the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant, in an unmistakably medicinal way, I was told. We only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Chesimil. However, whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you, I appreciate the help. Was it really that easy? Oh, there's a bunch of options. Soft leaves and strongly medicinal. Okay. Yep. That easy. Come on, I still have some sprint left. Maybe I didn't. And Phil told me that you were bringing the rest. Elven Dill. Marvelous. With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose, though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win. I promise you that. I get some nod for you. It seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Spagirics in good working order, the Crystarian's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone. But that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. You know the Exarch? Uh-oh. We do. Was there something you needed? I needed to tell him something. For me. My dearest friend, you see. He was there on the battlefield with me, but only one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Vothri said is true. If our losses were just deserts, and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think that we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of night. That's why I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up. Don't give in, please. We'll tell him, you have my word. Did they spell that wrong? It said just desserts, but it only had one S. I think I've checked on this before. I think it could be either way. One S is correct. And despite its pronunciation, just desserts with one S is the proper spelling for the phrase meaning the punishment that one deserves. The phrase is even older than the actual word dessert, using an older noun version of desert, meaning deserved reward or punishment, which is spelled like the arid land but pronounced like the sweet treat. Interesting. The more you know. If you're ready, why not go on ahead to the ocular? You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Alphino. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest tomorrow I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? With this piercing, I always feel like there's something up my nose, even though there's not. No, it looks gross, but sorry. Not actually picking my nose. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, although I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Well, they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of the soldiers said that? Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the lost, I will not lose myself to grief, and even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time to talk before the others arrive, if you'd like to talk. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need never ever know. No, I believe we have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. I tried to get more exposition. Barrel.
With your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
You look so bored all the time.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
I thought you were following us anyway.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Let's get him.
What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
Is he a primal?
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects.
There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Arm-Arang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Arm-Arang. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser Sin Eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a Sin Eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia. If we travel to Arm-Arang, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do! I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And Maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation, but it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
Tell him, Thancred.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be?
Squeeze.
Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Armorang we go.
I'll meet you at the gates.
I knew it. He loves her. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. I'm just going to run it. Well, how long it took to load last time from one section of the city to the other. This part will actually be a little bit faster. I still think it's ridiculous you can't mount in town. I can understand not flying, but at least let us mount. But I guess some areas would just be ridiculously congested with how many mounts people are using. Especially places like Limsa. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. Are you sure you want to do this? Completely sure? There has to be another way. Oh, are you completely sure you want to do this? Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to the being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It is your decision to make. Just be sure that you are prepared when the time comes. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. Thanks, Alize. I saw Yulmoran's airship coming in to land over Almarang while I was on the way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Vothri's forces to Raktika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right. Now, Nabatharang lies in the southern reaches of Amarang, and there are 2 routes we can take to get there. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mord Suk. The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through the Hills of Amber. In Philly, I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of Naboth Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at that journey's head. If the Ilmorans cut wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Vothr's approval. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route, which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the Hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Ilmorans' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, we'll have a chance of reaching Nabatharang unopposed and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Vothr's forces to you. The rest of us will make the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. Why are you looking at me? I'm not going eastern. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. We'll borrow a few Amaro for our own journey. I'll leave the rest to you, Infilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. Yeah. Made it. There you are. The gate leading to Amarang is just up ahead. And all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Infilia for me, would you? Off so soon, we have a bit of time to recover from battle. Hardly in a position to question you. There we go.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garik lie the Hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who could say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel. I don't plan to take a moment of time I spent upon it for granted. New headpiece. I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing? Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Seek out a talkative local. Zun Zun. You sell? No? No, you are no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Verbert gold. Such a coin purse cracking. You are already a legend among moored traders. You are a traveling merchant, then. Can you tell us anything of this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabatharang ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabatharang. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. You think any of the other moored might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free even to friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Why are you looking at me? Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. Talk to 3 people. You wish to go to Nabatharang? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now there is something left and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires could bear your weight. Pasting a memo regarding the gondola and a spare scrap of parchment. For Nabatharang, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Umorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so, you dutifully make note of Gungon's words. Maybe there's one inside. Yeah, buddy. Oh, that was a surprise. Not many bound for Nabatharang these days. I do know of a trolley that once was there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines at the Hills of Amber. It is locked behind a gate, however. I assume that we'll have to keep it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being much use. You typed in information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back in your bag. Malgazera. I'm afraid I've learned little of use about how to reach Nabatharang. The Umoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Amarang, there have been no sightings of Ulmorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps you can take that as a sign that Alice's plan has borne fruit. Do you have any better luck finding us a route forward? So these are our options. Well, what do you think? Gay, decide the trolley seems most feasible. It does seem the least risky of our options, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a little bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zunzun can offer some insight. Oh, I value customers. Were the other more of help? Of a fashion, they told us of a trolley that runs to Matharang at least. But am I correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yeah. Yes, the gate you see, it is impassable. Before, there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operate such a thing now. I do not even know if it exists. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Baran Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I still see miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. Thanks for finishing his sentence. We're off to Mount Baran then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Baran. I think that's a name for another game. Let me check it. Yep, Biran was a Ronso in Final Fantasy X. Along with Yenke. You got to fight them as Kimari. Good times. It's a great game, by the way. I like that one quite a bit. If I remember correctly, it was one of the first fully voice acted games. Well, it's not fully voice acted, but there was quite a bit of it. One of the first ones that I ever experienced. So obviously the voice acting compared to things nowadays is a little bit subpar, but no big deal. The scale of the track is impressive. I'll give them that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. Oh, there's the track. Wondering, like, how did you see it? Hey, look. Not going for the fate. Nice. Northeast. Exactly where I'm going. They have a Mount Yankee as well. That'd be hilarious. What was that? Malik. Okay. I'm like, oh no. Wait, is there a blue quest over there? Oh, that's right. That's the other one I need to do. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zunzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zunzun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper caught Urianje's eye. Meet us there if you find anything. A gnome. That's not a gnome. Really? I guess I have to fight. Let's do this. That's right, instant cast. Double smash. The benches within suggest that this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it is clearly old, it appears to be well maintained. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. There's a third thing. Is it inside here? I'm just trying not to get into a fight. Conspicuous cup. A cup that's slightly warm and a fair amount of tea, steeped over long if the color is any indication, remains within. Magazer, what hast thou discerned? Wait, explain. I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Aha, out of combat. What now? Death. Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides. The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggests a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, this specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them. They might facilitate our passage through the gates. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we will still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know that something that we don't. Well, let's find them then. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Hi, Rajay, no. Alexander, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouses on the northwestern side of the tracks. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Andre shook his head. Off we go then. And then he just nodded. It's like, whatever. You went in just ready to go. Hey look, the guy's still here. Hello, suspicious man. Wicked White, where did you come from? No, never mind that. You have no business here, of that I'm sure. Why does it always have to be a fight? What are you? Ugh. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal what with some rest of its iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto the world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that that's a serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nabath-Arang. We're hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again... The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thaf at your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. We're working with a few other folk to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little in need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling the route track once again would make hearts sore, mark my words. You heard no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we can do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. We'll introduce you. Very well, our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever it is prevented the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it is. Right, it looks like you'd be following us back to Twine then. Put on this new piece of gear. Actually, I'm going to be right back. Come on, mute. I have returned. If you didn't notice. Alright. We're gonna go to Ready to Twine. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, you haven't seen another fella around here, have you? I thought he'd come out by now. I beat him up. You think he'll be alright? Well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look just in case. You go on ahead, Thaf. Alright. Looks like it'll just be you lot and me then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. Let's see if I can get this thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Damn, that smarts. Did you have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it now, though. I pointed your overeager companions in the right direction, and they've gone on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally, we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride... How rude. Alright, the young lady has a much shorter stride. There's a more perilous route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the lower road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. Where is the nearest one? Southwest. Over by... Yep. I'm gonna fight everything, aren't I? Wait a moment, I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, all right. Run! I'll take care of this first. Oh, Requiescat got first. There we go. Sorry about that. I'll admit I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine though, so we should make it without further incident. Looks like I do have to walk on it in order to get that. Stupid. Well, I'll grab. Yeah, new location. Grab this, grab that, and then we'll go grab the Aether Current. Look at that, huh? Let's see if I can get this. I'll try for it once. Yeah, buddy. Nice. 3 left. 3 left. This is it. Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, nor much work to be had at the mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go, or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Hello, Magnus. Voice acting? Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the 3 of you in my life. Or the 4 of you. Wicked White. If you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. He thinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach about the ring, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Nabatharang, not anymore. And especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach Nabatharang. I must. Bah, so you have your heart set on it then. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting there on the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us into the ring. If you insist that trolley isn't an option, at least tell us why. No, I'm sick of people asking about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. Useless. Ooh. Hang on one second. Apparently I'm disconnecting all my cords here. At least you can still hear me. That's not disconnected. There we go. Now I can hear. I'm clicking on her. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learned anything. More tedium. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course, to take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Urianger, it's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. When Philly has spent too long in chains already, I will not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. I need to go talk to the gemstone guy, just to get that off my map. Okay. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up is all. And you, what did Magnus have to say? He threw us out. I did have a faint hope that your need might prompt him to action where our interest has not, but I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. You mean to say you're not giving up? Even knowing what that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it. Though, perhaps stubbornness is exactly what the situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine that anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have to look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools, and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Let's go fix stuff. Open the toolbox next to Jarek. You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose for one matter. We can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. Here's a wrench. Yeah. Bolts those don't come loose, unless they weren't tightened correctly in the first place. Or someone came up and loosened it. Thank you, this one will do nicely. Now give me one moment, and... There, I don't see any other problems here, so let's continue along the track. I wonder if any of these are going to be weird or if they're going to be super obvious. Yeah, you set down the toolbox. The muscles of your arms are enjoying profound relief, and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know. As to this lamp here, these aren't often necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. And if by some miracle the night returns as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. Sandpaper. Rough file. Yes, a wood file is perfect. Let me even this out. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now. Unless you'd like to take in the view of the tracks from here for a bit longer. It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the Hills of Amber, you see. But after a certain point, they had dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Naboth Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Naboth brought the Mistal engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills. And would you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistal. Ronso! But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistal left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that last of them, the folks with Daedalus Stoneworks, took off for Yulmore, and now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed, and there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Oh, you already know what it is? Excuse me. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. Creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. They're vultures. They're carrion birds. That's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. Use me. Oh, dang. And I said it doesn't let you fall. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that can get it started, though. As I said, the only people who knew how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted, and his cars fell into disrepair. Now, I was born in Twine, raised there. My first word was trolley, damn it. And those are the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real, proper trolley engineer, and perhaps he would never have left in the first place if he hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Amarang is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help. In the end, the Senators got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, he returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars. And it was going well for a time. Wicked white vultures, are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. Actually, I'm going to go this way, because... yeah, there we go. If I remember correctly, the last time I was here, there was a... yeah, words. Aether current. And I couldn't reach from that side. Yeah, buddy. And I'll teleport back. Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do you much good without the Talos, though. If there is even a single one that still functioned, things might be different. But, well, here we are. Hey, Blue Quest. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you'd like. It'd be certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping for a change. Yeah, buddy. Aether current. Ah, scratch, scratch. I'll get that eventually. Probably head past that area. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true, but here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. 'Twill likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Well, if you think we can get the thing up and running, far be it for me to stop you. But what exactly do you reckon is the problem? I should stress that I performed only the most cursory of examinations, though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As it is suspect from the first, it is a host to a network of veins through which ether floweth freely. Or so it would, were not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hell did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well, then. To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether. Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the talus to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Okay. Not far beyond the walls of Twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the debitage. Full sure am I that stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Very well. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Minfilia attend me in the remaining preparations. I spy but 3 obstructions to the flow of the ether and talus, and thus would I ask you to provide 3 stones of the debitage. All else will be made ready upon their return. And there goes, yeah! Let's do this. Quite a lot of quests in this area. Thancred and Minfilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Didst thou succeed in procuring the stone for the debitage? Fine specimens one and all. You have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Minfilia's return. From end to end, the paths by which aether may flow through the talus have been duly mended. They but require a sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange, the core refuseth to stir. I fear the condition of this talus is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through man's veins, so doth the core ether throughout the mass's frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the talus cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Everyone's staring at him. All right. After all you've done, you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. Right then, the Talos. Their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of the Talos bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry, but you have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. He just takes off. Back to the tavern, then. Still here, eh? You can ask again, but the answer is the same. Our trolleys are... What? God's damn it, Jarek. You could have at least finished so I wouldn't have to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. And I think he may be right. Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was. When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out into the war. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed. We labored days to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her.
2 months.
To find her body.
Magnus has lost like everybody.
Magnus has never been the same since.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well, if he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
The troubles of a mining town. Look at him go, just chugging.
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. And don't let me catch you around here again.
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna.
Magnus and Agna.
Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
lost someone too.
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter. But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabath Areng.
What rubbish.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
Head pat. Full well do I know the pain of loss, and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Staff, knowest thou any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you near all the veins were tapped dry years ago, though I suppose if you really want to try, you may find something at Nuvi's leavings. It was opened well before the Talos became a commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guthjun and tell him I sent you, but don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Alexander, I think it best Thinker join thee in this search. Though he would be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil and his thoughts clouded. It would be unwise to ignore his distress. There he is. Off to somewhere, are you? We're going to find this heart thing. At last, a lead on the stone we need to power the Talos. I can very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leadings was the south, was it? Let's get going. Blue quest, blue quest. Nice. That one's in the same area. I'm going to go do that one first. And pick up any aether currents along the way. Later, Thistle Mole. Evil weapon. I don't want to fight you two. Come on. Rubber band already. I'm stuck. Alright, so it looks like the next nearest one's going to be across the way after I fix the trolley. The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving, though we should probably hear what Guthjon has to say before we celebrate. Assuming we can find him, that is. Nope. He's just chilling in here with all these hostile creatures. Whatever. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Creepy music. Well, you should have listened to Thaf. You're wasting your time. But this site is not developed as the others, is it not? Sure that there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is leonine. All the Talos in the Hills of Amber are powered using them. Or were, at least. Anyway, whatever's left of anything is too far below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we use Talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they can give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. And our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine, what do you want? The other day I found a Verbert gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Verbert gold piece. And would you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it, and I'll tell you what you want to know. You drive a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. It seems we've our work cut out for us, Malcazar. Thankfully, I have an idea for how we might hurry things along. Yeah? What do you got? As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it will be that much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these sun drops. They help the eye take in more light. Why don't we start your search? You start your search further in, and I handle this area here. I'll retrace your steps after, in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drop's effect wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry. But I have dark vision. You search your shadows but find nothing. Perhaps a gold piece lies elsewhere. Probably in there, but I'll check. Gold piece lies elsewhere, yep. You return out to find the Verbert gold piece. I was hoping he'd drop the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance, or fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Maybe she has. Yours at least. In the end, my contribution was little more than poor company. Well, we couldn't have done without your sun drops. Come now, Thancred. You were far more prepared for this task than I. Yeah, that one good. No more than usual, I assure you. I only managed to survive the Kurthan wilderness and the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation. A habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louis Sois, I imagine. It hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think on it. As long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see that return to Guthgen. The sooner we get back to Oriange and Mephilia, the better. You're back. Wait, does that mean... I'll be damned, you actually found it. Well, a deal's a deal, but don't think this means you'll find what you're after. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off, but you did, and I'm a man of my word. Come with me. Only 2 more Aether Currents left in the zone, 1 more blue quest, and then the final quest. Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them if the air weren't so stale. But you're not here to you're not come to hear my grievances. You're after Leonine. First, I have to ask: have you ever heard of rockworms? Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers. Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little bastards may be the answer to your troubles. They can fit through cracks or crevices down where we could never hope to reach. And on occasion, they come back with something valuable. They dig up Leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes, that said, it usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide, so how can we draw out these rockworms? With that box. Over by that shack, you'll find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines, and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their backs. I should warn you, this method of mining, if you can call it that, is used as a last resort on account of what little they're like to bring back. You want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look. We should split up if we're to cover more ground as he suggests. If you can cover these 3 areas on your map, I'll see to the parts between them. Let's go pick up the smoke bombs. I thought the thing would come out immediately, but apparently not. I have to actually go do all 3 of these first. Okay. But thought I placed it. Guess it didn't count. There we go. You I can't avoid. Looking right where I need to go. I could have done that. I'd rather do that. I can speak. The air in the mines grow thick with smoke. Nearby you hear the soft rumbling of stones. Oh, they're goblins. Oh, wrong button. How foolish of me. That was just one of the 7. Ugh, even though I killed 3 dudes. Wish they would come out like right as I drop the smoke. That way I don't have to roll back. Naturally, you turn right around. Oh, it was just one this time. Okay. Nice. Wrecked. I wish there was a Sword Oath AoE. Alright, well that's done and over with. There you are. Find anything promising? Between the two of you, I'd say you've got quite the haul. Let's get comfortable, my friends. It's going to take time for me to sift through all this. As long as it's not a phone game and I have to wait a week.
You may not remember this about Arminfilia, but prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a minor. After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade. I think they were both hoping to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the Quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
I can't imagine she thought too highly of you back then. Not your finest hour, to say the least.
Far from it, and Flamine has never let me live it down. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now, I have another chance to do things right, and I will not squander it again.
Hey, come and see what I found. You're not going to believe this.
I found a fully intact piece. Go, 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 go. All of them are.
Tell me it's Leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky. It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
This is a rather fine specimen.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
scratches here. They're a little hard to make out. To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
That's cool. Let's go. I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before he set into Talos, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years, he's believed she died for nothing. He must have known the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him, you have my word. Thank you, Guthgen, for all your help. Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. Blue quest. Yeah, buddy. I'll see if I can get this blue quest done real quick. Right over here. Maybe it sends me elsewhere. That's what I thought. Alright, I'll do that later. Actually, no, because this may, after turning this in, it may take me to the next area. And I just want to get this done. That means at that point, it's just the final quest and the 2 that are on the other side of this little ravine here. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? There we go. I could have just gone that way. Nice. Okay. Means there's one left. Yep. Nice. Oh, what? Oh, it's you. If you come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before I won't run, and you wouldn't listen. Oh, but it will, now that we have this. Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus. From Agna. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus. No. No, she couldn't have. Agna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but... I said take it. It was you who found it, and you who needs it. Looking at the stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. Not even grateful. I hope you'll be there when the talus stirs to life. I'm sure she'd want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Urianger? Yep, he'll throw you a nod. Thou art returned, and with Leonine it seemed. As promised, the talus hath been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek, Thaf, and Minfilia. At last we shall return to the timeless, this sentinel of stone, that we may press onward to Nabath Arang. Very good. Now let us begin. Now, has anybody asked how they control it? What if it's hostile? What if it just stands there?
Preparations for the enchantment are... When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready. It's working! It's working! Magnus! This wretched heap of stone and rubble.
Smack.
This worthless pile of earth? And yet... I can't.
Where's she going?
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone. Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
Head pats.
None of this is thy doing, child. 'Twas I who set the oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my stone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day. Yet I dare not dwell over long on my many regrets. For the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish in sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith. And all will be well.
Go to her.
Not today.
You may not get another chance. Meanwhile, in the Crystarium. Ooh.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
Oh, to the tediousness of our hero's present endeavors.
They're pretty tedious. I agree.
That and the insufferable abundance of light in Armorang. I should be glad to keep my distance. Oh, I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time. Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel. Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing? The cold shoulder. You wound me, sir. Always so guarded in our every interaction.
Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for his energies. And I'm not in the habit of pointing him at my enemies like a weapon.
Is that right? Fond of him, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch. But tell me, who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot.
You helped create Alig?
These walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of his mortal flesh, not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift. 'Tis a boon born of sacrifices yet unmade. The parting gift of brave heroes who will one day give their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
I wonder if he's like La Brea or something.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
Mine apologies for the delay. Minfilia and I had a private matter to discuss. Which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke of Minfilia, of his own accord. I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. I attempted to broach the subject before. My intention was to ensure no words remain unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. I regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and the Navatharang await. Wonder where that back looks like that. Like someone could stand on it or something. It's been years since I've seen a Talos in such fine shape. Would that Agna was here to see it. Or our son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you'd found the Leonine, I refused to believe it could work. Gods, what a fool I was. But I tell you now, I'm going to take good care of this Talos, for both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the miners of Twine, thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot to Navatharang, eh? Everything seems to be in order. I take it the Talos presence resolves the issue of the gate. Oh, that, yes. It's designed to open at the Talos' approach. Then we can finally go to Nabatha Rang. You certainly can. All that remains is a final check of the control box over at the mines. You hear that, boys? Get that Talos over to the mines. Keep a close eye on it and around the curves. Understand? Yes, sir. Let us repair to the mines then. Before we go, while you were away with Malkazar, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one is the practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away ages ago, but I've been adding a little extra to it every day. After so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do, but I wanted you to have it for luck. Minfilia, say thank you. We should hurry. Max and the others are probably wondering where we are. They didn't make it there yet. Is it going to teleport me? Nope. I guess I could just do this. My pillow fell off. I'll deal with that another time. So this is it. We're finally going to Nabatha Rang. I thought long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. I hope when the time came I would know, but with every step we take I feel more uncertain. That's no reason to give up though. Not when so much is at stake. Thank you, all of you, for helping me get here. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting. There you are. So, what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but Daedalus Stoneworks has always favored a simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough. Much of the trolley network uses single tracks, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even we can do it, which makes for fewer accidents in transit. Speaking of which, are you ready to board? Alright then, watch your step. Well, this is going, I'll deal with this now. There we go.
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to Nabatha Rang lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Alize and the others of our progress. As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
Magnus, will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Nabath Areng after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Urianger. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you've finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble. The tracks beyond the gate aren't in the best of shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed!
Must be the gate.
Watch it not open. Oh, it's just a pressure plate. Ah.
Well, so far so good.
It's ether activated. Hello?
Wait, is that Ranjit?
How did he get out? With a giant hole. And why is he so strong? Dang.
You're a stubborn old swine, aren't you?
One who has mastered Gukumots fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell. Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint. Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals. You will remain as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you. And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again? We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms. And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with. They feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived. No matter what you say, I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you? Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
Tancred, no!
Go! Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry!
Oh, he's going to use the awesome charge that she made for him.
Not another step. Your fight is with me.
You think yourself her protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me.
Do I get to play as Thancred? Yes, I do. Alright, what are my buttons? We'll fight as Thancred. 1, 2, 3. Jumping attack. Defense. Heal. Whatever it takes, I swear I will end you. You lied to yourself as you lied to her. I lied. Kept secrets, but no more. She deserves better. A life of pain, of ceaseless conflict and despair. Really?
This is going well.
Vanity, eh? Oh, cool. So you really are a monster. Get out of there. What are you doing? Why did he turn around? Better a monster than a deceiver, a spinner full of dreams and false hopes. There is no folly in hope. I said as much myself once, I was wrong. Never again. Damn it, I need time to line up a clean shot. I suppose if there's no other way. Yeah, let's get out of there. When you're dead and buried, you'll know, and I'll grant you a quick death. What do I do? We've only just begun. Using perfect deception. I'll wait for it to charge up a bit. Oh, you've done it any time. What is this foolishness? Failure to remove this effect will Shining Blade, one of Mephilia's cartridges said go boom. You would court death with mere parlor tricks. My life would be a small price to pay. And pay it you shall. Nexus of Thunder. You've never understood her. He's not a bird to be locked away in a gilded cage. Looks like I'll have to use it again then. Hold still, damn you. You have played your hand far too early, boy. Is this going to do this over and over again? Okay, good. Didn't give me a chance to use my damage reduction. Stupid. There we go. This has carried on long enough, wouldn't you agree? I feel this last cartridge have to make it count. There you are. Ah, but how? You can see me. I hope you'd fall for it a third time. That's though 2 times. Perhaps already too many. No more tricks? Then let us finish this. What? That is what? How ridiculous. Am I just gonna keep getting stunned inside of his little this things? But you've not even seen the grand finale. Just a little more. I hate when I'm getting stunned right as he does that. Probably by design. One last disappearing act. Were you not struggling to stand? I might think you serious. Oh, I am deadly serious. Soul deep invisibility. Oh, you think the shadows will save you? Yeah, it'd be nice if you didn't get stunned. To hell with you. Did it get him? He took 182,000 damage for that.
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide ever again. Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast. But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost. For those you could yet save. A world teetering on the very brink of oblivion, for which you gave your everything, without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love, then and now. One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
I have to believe he's dead now. This is the place, Malkazar. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt her presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, to just turn away. But I can't turn away now, not this time. For Thancred and the others, I have to face her. Let's keep going a little bit longer. I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look over by the crystal wall. Yoink. After this, there should be just one more in this zone. Is in that area, it looks like. Hmm.
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
Oh, it was quite literally a flood.
Look! There's somebody up there! On top of the palace!
How would you notice that in your fear? The Warriors of Darkness. That's where the other ones went. He didn't do it.
No, stand back.
Oh, he wanted to.
We shall stay the flood.
But this is what I want! It's my sacrifice to make!
Your time has not yet come. When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Minfilia!
This place. You.
Ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak.
It's good to see you again.
My dear, sweet child, yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear. Such pain and suffering you have endured. Yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
Sin-Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink. The remaining Wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities, and all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe. I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. The only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream. One we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived. That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair. Do not give in to them, but do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us. For believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both. But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. Only together may you change the fate of two worlds.
Is she back? Roan. Her hair color changed. What happened? I remember speaking with Midphilia, and then her eyes changed too. Is something wrong? Your eyes, they've changed. A parting gift, I think. Until now, I've walked the path she set before me, the path she set before all the Midphilias. But now she's given me a new path, a new life, that I can call my own. Even though she's gone, I can still feel her, warm and calm and gentle. I can feel the beating heart of the world, the light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens, there's one here in Amarang. Let's hurry back, the others need to know. You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? What Midphilia wanted. I'm sure he'll understand. I like to think so too, but would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise. I think it's sending me to the place where the last Aether Current is anyway. Heck yeah. Alright, let's find this last one. I'll be over momentarily. Figured it was in here. Oh, Thancred survived. Oh, little flowers growing out.
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
Really? He wasn't the one that nearly got himself killed. It's a good thing Urianger called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality. I can track the Light Wardens now, maybe even help you fight them.
Head pats.
I'm glad you're back.
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer. And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yule?
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
No, look at Thancred.
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred. After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
What about Reen?
Ah, blessing in Fae. Wait, doth this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I won't let you down.
Let's see what the next quest is. I'll give it another 30 minutes. Ah. I honestly don't know how to repay you for all you've done, but I promise you whatever I can to help. Are you certain you're up to fighting so soon? I can't imagine the power of the Oracle is something one learns to wield in the space of a few hours. Maybe not, but the presence of the Light Wardens is unmistakable to me now. In fact, I sense one here at Namarang to the west. I think it might be hiding underground. Underground? Then it's as we suspected. Dun dun dun. We thought it prudent to take a brief survey of the area prior to your arrival. To the west we found the remains of a site known as Malika's Well. If I recall correctly, the well was built in remembrance of one of the ancient kings of Nabatha to serve as a source of respite from the desert heat. It fell into disuse after the flood, whereupon the miners of Amarang thought to turn part of it into an excavation site. Judging by its size, the underground waterways are no doubt extensive, a perfect hiding place for a warden. Reen, are you certain you can track it down? Leave it to me. Then it's settled. We make for Malika's Well. Later. Hey, look at Talos. A bunch of them. It's here. I can taste its ether on the wind. Then we finally found our mark. Let's put an end to this, Malkazar, and return the night sky to Amarang. Is it a dungeon or a trial? Dungeon. Alright. Form a party, so I have a lot of options. I need a healer. I think he will be fine. Yeah, that seems fine enough. Let's do this. Oh, that was quick. Alright, let's do this. I can sense the warden somewhere below us. We have to go deeper. Okay, Reen. One moment. Okay. That's filling up my vape. Alright, let's do this. Greater Armadillo, first boss. Isn't that a little big for an armadillo? Thanks, Alize. Huh. Anybody else have anything to add? Stone Flail. Okay. Right, round. I just noticed the name of that ability. You spin me right round? Mm-hmm. Got it. Royal custard. We need to climb down somehow. Finding all these pieces of gear that I can't use. Hopefully this tunnel continues downward. Yes, I hope so as well. Oh. Second boss. Giant Golem. Amphibious Talos. Are those buckets? Why, yes. Yes, I believe they are. It's gonna be exciting. All right, here we go. A face. Oh, that would have hit really hard if I didn't have that on already. Ah, dang it. And done. Nice. And I think I now understand Alphino's aversion to water. Not another word. These crystals are devoid of ether. Yeah, buddy. Are we supposed to believe that we can take this thing down before it rebuilds? Maybe one of them. Light Warden Storage. Anybody have something to say about this one? There it is. Intestinal crank. All right, that hits everybody. Heretic's Fork. Oh, how was I supposed to know what that does? Breaking Wheel. Okay, they're all casting their own version of it. All right. You know, you can still try to do some damage when it's, you know, doing that.
You underestimate me.
Now I've got you.
What timing and health now? You get everyone to heal after they needed it. Come on, go down. Don't use your limit break. I will if you don't. Level 80. I figured something was going to happen. I'll have to rearrange my bars. Hopefully I'll remember next time. Now that I have all the abilities.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad those travelers made it all the way to Nabatha Reng. But when Urianger told me the Talos was in pieces, and the trolley didn't look much better, I couldn't help wondering what in the hells had gone on.
What indeed? At least the heart is in one piece. The rest is replaceable. Looking at this mess, though, it's a miracle they survived.
You can say that again. What the? Are you seeing this? The sky. It's...
Wonder what's gonna happen to those people. If anything.
At last, night has returned to Amareng. We'll save this broken world yet, Tesleen. You see if we don't.
What about me? Hello, Vothri.
No doubt retreating in the wake of the Warden's demise.
Back to Calusia, the last refuge of light.
That we know of.
Home to our dear Lord Vorthri, who will no doubt do everything in his power to thwart us.
As well he should, for defeat there would spell the end for the king and his heavenly host. There the fate of this star shall be decided.
Pose. We did it. We really did it. I only wish there were more time to visit the inn. We can but hope the return of night has granted the residents some shred of comfort. They thought the world would be unchanging, but today I think we proved them wrong. We will fix this broken land, Malchezaar, together. Yeah, buddy. Are you feeling alright, Malchezaar? After you defeated the Light Warden, I could swear I saw its ether. Never mind. I'm still getting used to my powers. It's probably nothing. I'm just relieved I was right about where the Warden was hiding. The last one is hiding in Calusia, isn't it? I can feel it from here, believe it or not. Well, perhaps we should head back to the Crystarium first. We have a lot to tell the Exarch, and I think we could all do with some rest. Alright, yeah, there should only be one left because she can feel it. He sees it too then. Map. Get this done quickly, and then we will finish for the evening. At first when I saw that, I thought it was crystal, but now that it's obvious after that cinematic, it's shaped like water, so I should have known. Wing. I know I need to do this one over here as well for they even beat the main storyline, so maybe next time we'll pick this one up and go for it. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. Thanks you all for watching.